but rather pleasant. Temperatures in the low 70s. A possible chance of rain, although we're told by Declan Mullen right here at the ballpark that we should be in pretty good shape. Our honorary game captain today, Hillsborough native Staff Sergeant Ralph Frankie Stewart, who was wounded in Iraq in the fall of 2008 while on his 3rd tour of duty. Has spent more than 18 years in the Army and has been awarded the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart. Wonderful to have him and his family with us here today. Well, the Reds take the field defensively. We take a look at Cecil Cooper's starting lineup for the visiting Astros, presented by U.S. Bank. Michael Bourne leads off in center field. Miguel Tejada at short. Lance Berkman at first. Carlos Lee in left field. Hunter Pence red hot in right. Pudge Rodriguez behind the plate, with a ladder third of Kaz Matsui, the former Red Jeff Keppinger at third, and Wandy Rodriguez on the mound. Aaron Harang coming off a wonderful outing against the Philadelphia Phillies. In a Reds win, the only win in that 3-game set, allowed 4 hits in 7 innings and just 1 run.
And I think sometimes things get thrown around with Aaron Harang not being able to step up to that #1 capability. But I think that when he faced the Phillies on that given day, it was a #1 start for a #1 pitcher, because the Reds had to have him go out and pitch the way that he did, not only to win the ball game, but for the morale of this ball club, and he came through big time.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Harang today, and again, Dusty Baker having to patch this thing together. It's presented by Ford. Chris Dickerson gets a start in left field with Johnny Gomes starting in right. Willie Taveras in center. Paul Yanish to start at third. Alex Gonzalez at short. Jerry Hairston for Brandon Phillips at second. Adam Rosales for Joey Votto at first. And a battery of Aaron Harang and Ramon Hernandez. The numbers for Aaron Harang this season. Against everybody else, he has been spectacular. In 7 starts against everybody except for the Houston Astros, Harang has a 4-2 record with an ERA at 2.05. But then the bad news as Michael Bourne digs in, looks at ball 1, and this game is underway. In 2 starts against the Astros, a 7-0 loss in Houston on the 18th, an 8-3 loss here on April the 28th. In 11 innings, has allowed 10 earned runs. And that one is lined into center field, a base hit by Bourne. And one thing the Astros have done along with hit Aaron Harang is run on Aaron Harang.
I think every pitcher has a nemesis when they play in the big leagues. For Aaron Harang, it is this ball club. He must work and work as hard as he possibly can to keep this club from just absolutely burying him every time he goes out there. It's a tough start for him, but he's a tough guy. This is what you face in the big leagues, and sometimes you just have to do the best that you can.
Bourne with 14 stolen bases in 17 attempts. One would suspect he'll be running very early in this count. Miguel Tejada the batter. We talked about a number of players on one team that come into this series really hitting on all cylinders. It's this Houston club. The Astros and the Washington Nationals, the only 2 National League teams with 3 starting players that are hitting 300 or better on the year. Tejada at 345, Hunter Pence up to 348, and Carlos Lee at 317. There goes a runner. Pitch taken. Throw to second, and in there safely is Bourne. So that didn't take long. 1 pitch, and Bourne standing at second base with nobody out.
And I think that's how you do it, Tom. When you've got a guy standing at home plate in Tejada, if you know you can steal a base, you steal it early. Give the kid a chance at home plate to drive you in, and if Tejada can't do it, well, you've got Berkman on deck.
Tejada 5 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Bourne at second, nobody out, just underway, and glad to have you with us. That one down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, you see Bourne running on the first pitch, and certainly, Jeff, it makes us ponder the question why so many times seemingly this year Willie Taveras has gotten on base and has waited very long in a count, if not 1 or 2 batters, to run it all.
Well, I think that in my mind, from a pitcher's standpoint, feeling it defensively. If you're going to put pressure on the pitcher, and that's the idea of stealing a base, then you do it early in the count. This is not about a statistical category for the base stealer. It's about winning a ball game and putting pressure on the opposition.
Line throw to second and nearly doubling up Bourne. What a nice throw by Rosales right on the bag, and a good catch and on the run by Alex Gonzalez.
Fastball down and away, which is Harang's honey spot, and a line drive right to where Rosales is standing. Good awareness on both parties right there.
Well, here comes the aforementioned Lance Berkman. Hard to believe this guy is hitting .225 on the season. He does have 9 home runs, 25 runs batted in.
Don't let that fool you right there.
Well, we showed you those numbers against the Reds in his career, and they are astronomical. And this one is blasted to right, and he does it again. His 47th home run against the Cincinnati Reds in his career. His 21st home run in this ballpark. Whatever the scouting report is the Reds have on Lance Berkman, they should completely burn it.
Well, the problem, Tom, is not so often the scouting report, but yet where your execution is. You've got a guy that hurts you. Well, you can't throw the ball chest high and right over out of the heart of the plate. Anybody can hit that. And that's where that ball was. If you're going to beat Berkman in this ballpark, you got to pound him inside.
Fouled away by Carlos Lee, so the Astros out to a 2-0 lead.
They set up inside on the pitch. He just didn't get it there.
Well, we talked about 7 more than Jason Bay and Albert Pujols for the most home runs in this park by a visiting player. That one blasted into left center field, and it's off the wall, bounced all the way back towards the infield. Carlos Lee making a turn. He's coming to third. Here comes a throw by Taveras. It's way offline. So a single, a stolen base, and out later a 2-run homer, and now a 3-base hit, the first of the year for Carlos Lee. And the Astros are pounding on Aaron Harang again.
Well, this is a breaking ball that stays up and right out over the plate, and Harang is lucky that that ball is not a souvenir for one of the members of the Reds bullpen, because that ball was hit hard and deep and within inches of going out of the ballpark. At some point in time when a team owns you the way the Astros own Aaron Harang, the reason you're not pitching inside enough. That's the bottom line.
Infield about halfway in. There's a ground ball to Rosales, and they're not going to get it out anywhere. Goodness gracious.
Aaron Harang did not even move because he was assuming that the play was going to be at the plate. And instead of hustling over to first base, which he's supposed to do, he's caught up and wondering if the play is going to go to home. And instead, they get nothing.
Boy, you hate to say it, but it almost seems like the way the Astros have come into this ballpark that the Reds play afraid of this team. And I know that's a strong statement, but when they come in here and wear you out, the way they have worn the Reds out for the better part of 3 or 4 years in your home ballpark, it shows up in many ways.
Like I said, when a team owns you the way that this club has owned the Reds, it's because you're not pitching inside enough.
Runners on the corners, 1 out in the inning. There's a swing and a miss by Ivan Rodriguez. Hitting at .262, 5 home runs and 19 runs batted in.
Sometimes there comes a point in time where you have to make a statement, and it's by the guy that's on the mound, and it comes inside and it comes hard.
Oh, 2.
Because when a hitter is comfortable at home plate, they're going to hit, and they're going to hit all day long. You got to make them uncomfortable.
Runners on the corners, 2 runs home, 1 out in the inning. Nothing in 2 on Rodriguez. And there's a check swing and a miss. So Harang takes care of Pudge on 3 pitches, 2 away in the inning, and Kaz Matsui coming up. Not only have the Astros won 11 of 12 here at Great American Ballpark, over the last 3 years they have won 16 of the 18 games played, and going back to the opening of this ballpark, the Astros have won 32 and lost just 16. Go figure. Matsui at 224 with a home run and 12 runs batted in, and a breaking ball is strike 1.
Well, obviously they aren't beating a whole lot of other clubs. They came in here losing 4 in a row. There's a reason for that. Watch what somebody else is doing to them.
Fastball up and in, even the count on Matsui at 1 ball and 1 strike.
I learned that a long time ago when I was first in the big leagues. Time the Philadelphia Phillies wore me out. All left-handed hitters throwing that split finger and fastball away, and Terry Kennedy came to the mound. He said, "Don't throw another pitch outside." He goes, "If you hit 5 in a row, you hit 5 in a row."
Right back, nice play by Aaron, and the inning is over. But the Astros get a 2-run home run from Lance Berkman, and after a half inning lead the Reds 2-0. Nothing lead. The Reds come to bat. Let's take a look at Dusty Baker's starting lineup today. Presented by U.S. Bank. Willie Taveras leads off in center. Jerry Hairston Jr. at second. Chris Dickerson to start in left field. Jay Bruce with a day off, so Johnny Gomes starts in right. Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. The red-hot Alex Gonzalez will play shortstop and bat sixth. A ladder third of Adam Rosales, Paul Yanish, and Aaron Harang. And on the mound, having an outstanding year, is 30-year-old left-hander Wandy Rodriguez, a 1.83 ERA.
One of his best starts ever, if not the best start for Wandy Rodriguez. He is over those shoulder problems and starting to make folks look awfully good down Houston way with the way he's throwing the baseball.
And really, Rodriguez's story is one of tremendous patience exercised by the Houston Astros as Willie Taveras looks at ball one away. You know, when Rodriguez first came up, and you go back to 2005, he was a 10-game winner, a 10-game loser at an ERA of over 5.5. So you think, okay, that's a rookie year. What about the next year? 9-10, an ERA again of over 5.5. In 07, 9-13, but the ERA was at 4.5. And then last year, a 9-7 record in 25 starts, but the ERA down to 3.5. And so he's brought that career record all the way back to 500. And he just turned 30 years old. In the hole at short, Tejada can't find the handle. His throw is late. And that'll be an error on the Houston shortstop, allowing Taveras to reach, opening the bottom of the first.
You bobble the ball on Taveras, you can forget it.
Houston defensively, presented by Ford. Carlos Lee, Michael Bourne, Hunter Pence, left, center, and right. Jeff Keppinger, Lance Berkman on the corners. Miguel Tejada, Kaz Matsui up the middle with a battery of Rodriguez and Rodriguez, no relation. Now, a little bit different story for Willie Taveras here. We were talking about running and when you get on and running early in a count. Of course, Aaron Harang is a right-hander, quite deliberate to the plate. Wandy Rodriguez is staring right at you.
But the good base runners will watch from the dugout. In games previous, they'll have a pretty good idea from tape.
Bunted up the third base line, and this is going to be a bunt single for Jerry Hairston Jr. Beautifully done.
Now, this is the kind of baseball that the Reds have to play, Tom. If they're gonna beat the sluggers of the Astros, then they've got to take it to them on this small ball routine and continue to make it happen.
First 2 on, Reds trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the first inning. Now Dickerson. Chris only has 6 at-bats all season long against left-handed pitching. He has 1 hit in the 6 at-bats. And the natural tendency is to assume that a guy can't hit left-handers as he shows bunt and takes a pitch down low. But, you know, last year, and granted it's a very small sample size, if you will, but Dickerson hung in there pretty well against left-handers. But for some reason has earned the reputation that he doesn't hit them well. Went 6 for 21. That's a .286 batting average against left-handed pitching last season.
And he was playing every day.
2-0. That's not a bad number, 259. No. And certainly not a large enough number of at-bats to say he can or can't. I'm not sure anybody could answer that question definitively.
Well, I think that you look at Chris Dickerson at what those numbers say as of right now. 1 point higher, you're looking at 260.
Dickerson, for the first time all year long recently, though not a lot of playing time, is starting to look much better at the plate. That one taken up and in, 3 balls and no strikes, and you can see it even in this at bat. His pitch recognition is much better.
It's all about patience and not trying to do too much. And I think early in the season he was trying to prove that he should be the left fielder instead of just playing ball.
3-0 on Dickerson. And that's a 4-pitch walk to load him up. And Wandy Rodriguez looking at home plate umpire C.B. Buckner and saying, where did that miss?
Now, this pitch misses down even though it splits the plate in half. You see where the catch of the ball is. Ivan Rodriguez, he's been around a long time. He knows how to catch the ball and bring it back to him. And it almost looks as though the ball is actually higher than what it was. But with the naked eye, you see the ball cross the heart of the plate, but yet it is below the kneecap. As a matter of fact, it was about shin high.
Johnny Gomes with a pair of grand slams in his major league career. Getting the start today in right field, just called up prior to the weekend, and chases a pitch up around his neck, up and away, ball 1. It would have been had he not swung at it.
Would you term Johnny Gomes highly aggressive?
Right into center field, a base hit. They're going to hold up Hairston. Taveras scores. So Johnny Gomes has now hit safely in all 4 of his starts. That's his first RBI, and he's cut that lead in half. It's a 2-1 game.
Tom, RBI men, when there are runners in scoring position, their mouth begins to water. Very similar to what my mouth does when I see a rack of ribs coming my way on a day like today.
The Reds have scored as many runs in this first inning through 4 batters as they had in 14 innings over 2 starts this year against Wandy Rodriguez. Now Ramon Hernandez, 291 batter, a couple of home runs, 16 runs batted in.
This is 3 out of 4 days now that the Reds have seen left-handed starters. Recognition starts to set in a little bit. You may not hit the first one great, but you hit the second one a little better. And so far today, the Reds are recognizing the pitches from Wandy Rodriguez in a very special way.
Ramon Hernandez, 5 career grand slams. He takes low and inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
And Rodriguez really wants those pitches to be strikes. You could see him open his glove and his hand, and heading out to talk with Rodriguez is Dewey Robinson. He saw probably the exact same thing that I did, and that is frustration. If you're Dewey Robinson or you're Cecil Cooper, you've got to settle down your left-hander here. You don't want things to get away from him here early in the ball game.
Blair and Harang did a nice job after giving up the 2-run home run followed by the triple.
Well, he settled down and got the ball back down in the strike zone, and he also got the ball inside on Matsui and Rodriguez. That's what allowed him to get the strikeout.
Swung on and fouled back out of play on a 2-0 pitch. 2-1 on Ramon Hernandez. Ramon has really played so well for this Reds team in this his first year.
How about his first base play? My goodness.
Over the last 33 games, this guy has hit .319. 2-1 to Ramon. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on him there.
Pretty good changeup.
He may have hurt himself on that swing. It didn't look good.
No. That's one of those ones where every muscle in your body aches because you swing so hard and you come up empty thinking that you're going to have contact.
They took a good hearty cut there on a breaking ball at 2-2. Is able to foul it off.
The thing about it, Tom, is you know that Rodriguez or Hernandez is feeling good about himself to be able to take that hearty of a swing on a changeup where normally he's keeping his hands back to drive it the other way. And in that situation with runners on, he's looking to leave the ballpark on that pitch.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Breaking ball down and in, so the count has gone full to Ramon Hernandez.
That's what you love about a veteran hitter like Hernandez. He starts out early in the count. If you get a cookie, I'm going to hit it out of the ballpark. Now that he's gone to 2 strikes, it's back to that emergency swing and keep those hands back.
3-2. High pop up, and this will not get the run in. Infield fly rule in effect. The third baseman Keppinger has it. That's a big out for Wandy Rodriguez. The first out here in the first inning. This becomes such a critical at bat very early in this game. The Reds falling behind 2-0. They take advantage of an error to begin the inning by the shortstop Miguel Tejada. Load the bases, get a run scoring single by Gomes, and now with 1 out, Alex Gonzalez. At .225, a couple of home runs and 15 runs batted in. Gonzalez 9 for his last 20, and he's down a strike. But as we brought up earlier, after missing 9 games in early May with that strained left oblique muscle, since his return he's been a .478 batter, and the Reds are leaning on him hard right here and right now.
I think that might be the best thing that happened to him. You get that oblique strain. You stop swinging so hard, you stop trying so hard, and you just go back to making contact. And Rodriguez, with the strength in his hands and his wrist, He's starting to drive the ball a little bit now out over the plate.
Little nubber to the right side, fielded by Berkman. His throw is in time to cut down Gomes, but the tying run scores from third, and it's a 2-2 game. That's a nice play by Berkman to get it out.
There's also a nice job by Tejada to get to the outside. Change up, and Gonzalez in mid stride makes a change in his swing, trying to flip it the other way. And if Tejada doesn't move towards the outfield side of second base, that ball hits Gomes right in the back. That's almost that flood pattern out of the backfield. Here you go to the fullback.
Strike one to Adam Rosales at 260. A couple of home runs and 8 runs batted in.
The old blitz scramble, and you're looking for your fullback out of the backfield. Turn around, hurry.
Runners on the corners, 2 out, 2 runs in. Rosales lines one into left field to give the Reds a lead. On an 0-1 pitch, Adam Rosales is 9th RBI, and the Reds in front 3-2.
Boy, you gotta love the answer from the Cincinnati Reds. After the Astros jump out in front, it looks like they're gonna ruin Memorial Day for the Reds. The boys come back hacking. Who are these guys, Gomes and Rosales? My goodness. Where have I been?
8th man to bat in the inning is Paul Giannis. He checks in at 289, 3 doubles, a couple of runs batted in. And looks at a fastball inside, ball 1. Well, the Reds gained ground on the 2 teams tied atop the National League Central. Yesterday, both the Brewers and the Cardinals losers in their games. Brewers have all of a sudden lost 3 in a row after sweeping the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis last weekend. National League Central Division standings presented by Honda. The Reds 2.5 back. How about the Cubs, losers of 7 in a row? And there's a soft liner to base hit. They're going to wave around the runner, and he will score. It's a 4-run opening inning for the Redlegs.
That pitch was supposed to be on the outside part of the plate, and Rodriguez pulls it all the way to the inside part, and that just shows you some of the fatigue that's going on with the starter out there, having thrown 27 pitches in such a short period of time here in the bottom of the 1st inning.
Now Aaron Harang, and he lines one into center field, a base hit. They're going to wave around Rosales. Here comes a throw from Bourne. The slide. He is safe. Aaron Harang with a run-scoring single, 3 in a row. With 2 men out, and the Reds have scored 5 times.
Fastball right down the heart of the plate, and Aaron Harang drops the bat head on it. Nice throw from Michael Bourne to home plate. So that's Mr. Hustle coming in from third base, Adam Rosales. Not in time.
Willie Taveras started off this inning hitting a ground ball in the hole at short that was bobbled by Miguel Tejada. We thought it was an error, but apparently that was an infield single for Willie Taveras. And he scored the first of what has been so far a 5-run opening frame against a guy they had scored 1 run against in 14 innings over 2 starts so far this year.
Pudge is walking out to the mound here.
I think he's signaling for the trainer. Yep. And now Cecil Cooper, the manager, going to come out.
I don't know if that's Pudge or if that's for the pitcher's issue. As the trainer is talking to Pudge, not talking to Wandy Rodriguez. And you remember before in a ball game where Rosales swung and the swing came around and hit him in the bottom of the ankle and actually hurt Rodriguez, Ivan Rodriguez that is, and on that slide by Rosales, he may have gotten him again, and he may have just needed some time there to make sure his ankle was all right. That took him out of a couple of ball games.
Feeling that left knee there, Cowboy.
Yeah. And that's from that slide from Rosales.
The inning continues. Runners on the corners, and Willie Taveras' first pitch swinging. Lifts a fly ball to center field, which should in the inning and does, but what an opening frame for the Reds. 10 men back, 5 score. A 5-2 Reds lead at the end of 1. We were talking about starting today over the next 2 weeks could give us a real good indication of whether this Reds team is in it for the long haul.
Well, anybody that follows the Central Division, you look at this matchup here, Central Division, Central Division, Central Division, Central Division. I think we'll find out by the 7th of June how this club is stacking up in the Central.
And I tell you what, we don't know what's going to happen, but one thing we know for sure, this group here of late, especially without Joey Votto, Edinson Volquez going on the DL, Nick Massett going on the disabled list, Brandon Phillips a couple of nights ago nicked up. They come back, win an extra inning game yesterday, fall behind 2-0 today, score 5 in the bottom of the first inning.
A lot of
this
fight.
group has a lot of fight.
They really do, Tom, and it's fun to watch. And it's not just guys that are getting paid the phenomenal amount of money. It's guys that are really coming out there. You see the 5 runs today, most that Aaron Harang has had, and she's forever, it seems like. I mean, last year, the first half of the season, I don't think he ever got 5 runs in a game, much less in the first inning.
Want to know to Jeff Keppinger, Harang needs a good bounce back inning here against a team he has struggled against. Gave up a 2-run home run to Lance Berkman in the top of the first inning, but pitched out of further trouble. 2-1 to Keppinger. mean, you look around at where guys are playing here today. And that one laced into left center field, a base hit by Keppinger. You've got Giannis, who's a natural shortstop, playing third. You've got Hairston, who, yes, has played second base in his career, but certainly not much with the Reds with Brandon Phillips around. You've got Adam Rosales, who's a natural third baseman, playing first base.
He's at least been on the left side of the infield, either at shortstop or third, and now he's at first base.
Got Johnny Gomes. I mean, I don't think anybody pictured him being in right field for much playing time at all. That one bunted in the air and caught.
Thank you very much,
Hernandez. So things not going Wandy Rodriguez day or way so far.
But they are going the Reds' way. And it really is nice, Tom, to see things starting to happen for the Reds instead of against the Reds. So many times last year you saw bunts popped up, missed plays, team scoring 5 against the Reds, and now the corner is starting to turn a little bit. You see some fight in these guys, and as you said, they're not even in their proper positions.
And you can tell that this team generally and genuinely roots for one another. I mean, you just look down in that dugout, even watching the games over the weekend. That one laced into left field. Dickerson got a great jump on the ball, and he flags it down for the second out of the inning. But I mean, even when things aren't going their way, you know, they'll get a leadoff man aboard, and you'll see 4 or 5 guys in that dugout saying, way to go, come on, let's get going. We haven't seen that around here in quite a while.
And also, when guys come in after making a great play, or even moving the runner from second to third, you sacrifice yourself, hit the ball to the right side. It's 0 for 1 for you personally on the day. You go back to the dugout and you get bigger high fives then than if you hit a home run. And I mean, that's execution is what it's about, and to celebrate that makes it even better.
Now Miguel Tejada on the outside corner, a breaking ball, a called strike. Yeah, Berkman in the on-deck circle. You don't want to see him with a couple of guys on here in the second.
No. And as losing is contagious as it has been here for the last 10 years, winning is the same way. You change the tradition, you change the mindset, you start to win ball games. It doesn't happen overnight, but when it does happen, it happens for a good reason.
One and two on Tejada. We asked Adam Rosales about the unity on this Reds club this year.
Team chemistry has always been great for us. Win or lose, we stick together when we lose, stick together when we win. So we'll keep it up.
It's been the mindset of this ball club. It doesn't matter who's in a lineup, doesn't matter who's on the mound. There's a tapper up the third baseline, and that is a foul ball. 1 and 2 still on Tejada.
Well, that shows you the reach of Tejada right there. That ball was not only about an inch off the ground at contact, but it was off the plate a good 4 or 5 inches. These guys flat swing when they come to the plate. They're not wasting any time. Doesn't look like they take a whole lot.
No.
Especially that 2, 3, 4 group right in there.
This is an extremely dangerous, potent offensive ball club, and most figured that when this season began. Way inside on Tejada, 2 and 2.
See, I think that's how Harang beats this ball club, is by getting the ball inside and keeping them from diving out over the plate. Extension for this club is an awful thing for the opposition.
Well, they're coming in there again. And just missing that inside edge is Harang, 3 and 2. Well, you got to make a pitch now. We talked about Berkman in the on-deck circle. We brought up it doesn't matter with Lance Berkman if he's hitting 320 or 220 coming into a series against the Reds. He seems to get things turned around. He's already homered today. And a jam shot fly ball short center. Taveras has it, and Berkman left standing in the on-deck circle. After an inning and a half, the Reds lead 5-2.
Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. By JTM, food, family, fun. JTM. And by Jeep. You talk, we listen. It's a new day. Have fun out there. Jeep.
Well, first pitch swing to begin the bottom of the second inning. Jerry Hairston Jr. a fly ball to Hunter Pence in right. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Reds lead as we begin the second inning. 5-2. Well, we talked about Ivan Rodriguez was feeling around that left leg, left knee area. He has left the game. Humberto Quintero is taken over behind the plate. And Chris Dickerson down a strike. Dickerson walked and scored in the 5-run opening inning. Well, we thought the slide may have been where Rodriguez was injured. One and two on Dickerson.
You never know, Tom. It could be just from the toe pivot. It looked as though Pudge caught the ball with his foot on the plate or around the plate. Well, the plate's not moving. That thing's drilled in there with some 7 or 8 inch stakes. It's not going anywhere. And if you spin on that plate, your knee is going to take the brunt of the blow.
Two on Dickerson. Breaking ball swung on and foul tipped into the mid of Quintero. First strikeout for Wandy Rodriguez, and the first 2 retired in the second inning.
This is a tough pitch for any left-hander when it's lefty on lefty. The ball starts behind you and breaks down and away, and that ball ends up in the dirt. If it's up just a tad where you can foul it off, yeah, you foul it off. But when it's in the dirt, it's awfully hard to make contact.
Johnny Gomes with a bases loaded, run scoring single in the 5-run first. Down a strike.
When you see Johnny Gomes, his scouting report when you go over him in the locker room is first pitch fastball hitter, starts swinging and does not stop until he either gets a hit or gets himself out.
In the air, short right center. Backing up is Matsui, and a 1-2-3 inning for Wandy Rodriguez. We march on to the 3rd on Memorial Day in Cincinnati. The Reds lead 5-2. Sign or the stacks in right center field today. Norman Pasley of Cincinnati will win it. You can register for your chance to win during an upcoming game at your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. You look good riding around in that Cowboy, a new Tundra.
You sure that's not Paisley like those ties?
It could be. I'm not sure. I hope I didn't mispronounce it. If I did, please forgive me.
Could be Paisley. About them caps everybody's got on.
Well, I love those hats. With the stars and stripes on there.
Little red, white, and blue.
Those are nice. again, we say thanks to all of those out there who have served our great country, those who have fought and lived, those who have fought and died.
You almost can't thank them enough.
No, you can't. Including right here in our booth, a number of our television crew here today. Jim Day and Jeff Pecoro talked about some of those guys in the pregame show. But our high home cameraman, as it's called in the business, Jim Strickler, right here. Is that J.K.? I can't see. That's J.K. Smith. Mr. Strickler right here in the booth with us. That one lined into center field. And Taveras got turned around. And Lance Berkman's going to end up at second base. And that'll be scored a double, but certainly that's a ball that Willie Taveras will tell you he should have caught.
Boy, that ball was misplayed big time. He starts to go back, and instead of the ball, he anticipates it starting to go towards left field. It doesn't. It stays straight, and he just gets boxed. Wow. You don't see that often.
So Berkman, a home run and a double in his first two at bats here today. Came into this series batting .225. Ball one low and away to Carlos Lee, who tripled into left center field his first time up.
Normally a ball off a left-hander's bat, as that one was, will tail off towards left center field. That ball stayed straight as a string.
Clearly a cross up there between Harang and Ramon Hernandez. 2 balls and no strikes. By the way, Berkman's home run back in the first inning was the 7th home run in his career. He's head off Aaron Harang, and that is the most that Harang has allowed to any one player in the game. Two and one to Lee. Balls and a strike. Jeff mentioned earlier that the Astros come in having lost 4 straight games. Their season long for a losing streak is 5 very early this season. 3-1 breaking ball in there for strike 2 call.
Last 2 pitches from Aaron Harang. The fastball in, right at the hands of Carlos Lee, and then the breaking ball, he throws those hands up again, and it ends up right there in the strike zone.
Well, that's a nice play right there by Giannis on a tough second hop. Keeps it in front of him, throws out Lee, and Berkman stays put.
This goes back to Giannis taking so many ground balls on the left side of the infield, whether it be at third base or at shortstop. He doesn't get an opportunity to play every day. He's not in game situations, and he's taking 75 to 100 ground balls a day so that he can make a play like that. When your strength is your glove, you better keep it a strength.
Today is the first start this season for Paul Giannis down at third base. Breaking ball to Hunter Pence, too low. Two and 0 to Pence. In fact, when Giannis came up last year, played in 38 games for the Reds, every one of those games at shortstop. So today is his first ever career major league appearance as a third baseman. 2-0 breaking ball, swung on and missed. 2-1 to Pence. This guy right here is the hottest hitter in baseball. A .425 average so far in the month of May for Hunter Pence. Two and two. He had an infield hit only because Aaron Harang was tardy breaking off the mound to get to the first base bag on a roller at Rosales, his first time up. But a hit nonetheless. So Pence now has 12 hits in his last 23 at bats.
Stay slow, down and away, hard up. That's the best way to get this kid out.
Well, they try to get him to chase that fastball up that you referred to, and Pence able to leave it alone.
The fastball's down and off speed up. He hits those hard. Some guys don't hit the breaking balls up in the strike zone very well. They pop them up. This guy hits them out of the ballpark.
Little number to the right side. Harang's going to get to the bag this time. Is it in time? No. Twice today, Rosales has to go to his right on weak ground balls off the bat of Pence, and both times they've turned into infield hits.
Watch Harang on this pitch. That pause just for a slight moment there is what cost him. When the ball is put in play, as soon as it leaves the bat to the right side, whether it's to second base or to first, you have to move. And you got to move quickly with a guy like Pence, because when he leaves the box, he's picking them up and putting them down.
Well, the Reds are leading 5-2, but the Astros have runners on the corners. Here's Humberto Quintero, a 190 batter. He will replace Pudge Rodriguez in the bottom of the second inning defensively. Still no word from the Astros clubhouse on Ivan Rodriguez.
That's 2 hints for Hunter Pence that both of them should have been outs.
Line into left center field, a base hit. And that'll make it a 5-3 ball game. So this one a long ways from over. We're only in the top of the 3rd inning.
Breaking ball stays in the heart of the plate. Even though the pitch is down, it didn't have a whole lot of break to it. It just kind of rolled up there. And even though that's really a first pitch breaking ball, it's what you teach your pitchers to throw. With a guy like Quintero that's just going to hack at everything, he's not a guy you just roll it up there to.
Now Matsui, who hit the ball hard, right back to Harang, ending the 1st inning. A fastball low and away, 1-0 on Kaz Matsui. Houston already with 8 base hits in this game against Aaron Harang, 8 of them, and we're in the top of the 3rd inning. Try that outside corner again. It goes to 2-0.
You know, Tom, when I first came to the Reds, and I mean this has only been a couple of years ago, Harang threw the ball 94, 95. He's throwing the ball at 87 miles an hour. He doesn't have that rock back to second base, that leg kick, and that really load up the backside and drive the ball homeward anymore. I mean, he looks like he's just trying to nibble a spot here, nibble a spot there. That's not how I've seen him pitch in the past to be successful.
Breaking ball away, 3-1 on Matsui, with 2 on, 1 in, 1 out here in the 3rd inning, and the Reds' lead is down to 2.
I mean, this guy used to throw fastball after fastball right by guys. Now he's throwing changeups and breaking balls more.
90-mile-per-hour fastball there. And fouled out of play, 3-2 on Matsui. To the count on Matsui. The runners go, swing and a miss, throw to 3rd, and he is out at 3rd. So strike him out, throw him out, double play to get out of the 3rd inning. A scoring inning for Houston, but the Reds lead 5-3. Well, do you have a question you'd like to have answered? Here's your chance to text us right here in the broadcast booth, and your question just might get answered on the air. We'll try and do it today if we get a good one. Text keyword Reds, then your question to 37664 and stay tuned. You may just get your answer today on this Memorial Day. That's a good looking shirt there.
I'll answer it today.
You know, over on the radio side, we have that Ask Marty question.
Yeah.
I think on games when you're on the television side,
you want to ask
we ought to have Ask the Cowboy. I do. I think it'd be a good idea.
I'm ready. I'm game.
Maybe the powers that be at Fox Ohio will let you and I go out and sell that. And then the games you and I are over here, we'll put it together. Even though we were told by Jim Strickler up here in the booth that it's very different when you and I are here as opposed to George and Chris. And
I know.
I'm not sure what he meant by that.
Curb talk.
Reds lead 5-3, bottom of the third inning. I don't think it was a backhanded compliment. Do you?
Throwing us right up next to the curb.
But I like what you said, Cowboy. As it swung on and fouled out of play. You looked at Mr. Strickler and you said, you know what, Jim? Tom and I are up here just doing the very best that we can.
That's right.
That's all that needed to be said.
Push the buttons, try to explain the game to those that are watching at home the best that we can. And we try to look good wearing our ties and our coats. And other than that, all you can do is try. Put forth an effort. Fight to the end.
Amen. So take that. That ball drilled off the bat of Ramon Hernandez, and it's up against the wall. And he's coming into second. Here comes a throw from Lee. Not going to be in time. A stand-up double for Hernandez to begin the Reds' third.
That's the off-speed pitch I was talking about in the first at-bat. He gets it right over the heart of the plate. This time, instead of the spin around and miss, he hammers it right off the wall. A one-hopper. And even though Hernandez is not exactly fleet of foot, he's faster than Carlos Lee. Lee had to go get that ball.
Here's where you really need to pick up that run that Houston just scored in the top of the inning. Get it right back. Get a leadoff double.
You hit to the right side here, regardless of what's going on.
Gonzalez knocked in a run with a fielder's choice ground ball to the first baseman Berkman in the 5-run opening inning. That's a slow roller to the left side, and that will not advance a runner. So not a productive out for Alex Gonzalez. The first out here in the Reds' third.
And that's a good job of pitching there by Wandy Rodriguez. You throw an off-speed pitch following a fastball. You get Gonzalez out in front. The only place that he can hit the ball is to pull it and drag it through. The bat head is way out in front. Watch where this breaking ball is. It's down. You're looking to hit the ball the other way. You get out there too soon. The bat head is out in front of you. The only place the balls are going to go to the left side.
Now Adam Rosales. First pitch breaking ball and there a strike. Rosales a run scoring single. The first of 3 straight 2-out RBI base hits in that 5-run first inning. And all 3 came from the latter third in the Reds batting order.
And at this point, Tom, you don't worry about hitting to the right side anymore. You worry about getting that guy in from second base. And with Hernandez at second, you're going to need a single over the second baseman or over the shortstop to get that jump. Wandy Rodriguez has really gone to the off-speed stuff in a hurry after getting smoked there in the first inning.
One and 2 on Rosales. Came back with another breaking ball that just tied him up. Second strikeout of the afternoon for the Houston left-hander. Now it's up to Paul Yanish to get Hernandez home.
Well, he's gone to the breaking ball. It got the out for Wandy Rodriguez as he faced Alex Gonzalez. He gets Rosales on the same pitch, except this time he gets the strikeout. No movement of the baseball whatsoever. And now, after a leadoff double with a chance to get back that run that Houston scored, now you're in danger of leaving a man at second base.
They will intentionally walk Giannis, who knocked in a run with a single into left field in the first. They'll take their chances with Harang.
The last time we saw a team do this, Aaron Harang took a breaking ball and hit it between the shortstop and the third baseman. That was with the bases loaded and scored 2 runs.
Well, after having 7 consecutive days of absolutely spectacular weather, today's the first day we've seen clouds to speak of really at all.
But it's still not a bad day.
Not a bad day at all, because it's much cooler, not as muggy as it's been. The lights are on, despite the fact that it's only about 10 after 2. Two on, 2 out. Aaron Harang, the batter, trying to surprise everybody by bunting his way on, and fouls it off. Strike 1. Tickets available for the final 2 games of this homestand, and both of them will be under the lights tomorrow night and Wednesday night. Reds are off on Thursday, although they will travel. And what a road trip, a big road trip, despite the fact it's still the month of May. That will be. Can't look by these games. You got to go out and win them. But then you go to Milwaukee and St. Louis, and there's a bouncing ball up the middle into center field. They're going to wave around, and running through the stop sign is Hernandez, and the throw is caught. What a play by Quintero, and Hernandez is out. Mark Berry threw up the stop sign. Not sure if Hernandez saw it. Inning over, still a 5-3 game. Just in the last 15 or 20 minutes. So thank you to all of you that have text messaged your questions to ask the announcers. Marty in Toledo wants to know, what kind of apron does Marty or Tom Brenneman wear at a barbecue? Well, I can tell you, Marty, I don't wear an apron. I just wear a pair of shorts and a t-shirt.
An old one, obviously, so you don't get barbecue sauce on it.
Don't get any grease on you, whatever the case may be. Now, my dad, he normally wears one of those real nice shirts like he has on right now, and a pair of jeans, no socks, and those tired shoes he wears.
That's because he bought.
Now, Cowboy, what about you? What do you? You're an apron guy. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago. Well, look at this, up here in the booth when you had it going. Remember that night?
Oh yeah, that's what I use.
Those were giveaways, thanks to our good friends at Montgomery Inn. You were just in there the other night. I heard you took the waitress You took her breath away, if you will, with your order that night.
Well, I like to order my dinner and then my midnight at the same time, and she kind of got flustered.
Into left field, that'll be a base hit by Jeff Keppinger to open up the 4th inning, and trying to slide and cut it off is Dickerson. It would have been a double all the way even if he fields the ball cleanly. So Keppinger single and a double in 2 at-bats.
Fastball, belly high. That's up above the belt. And we've seen Jeff Keppinger do a lot worse with balls like that. Lucky that ball stayed in the ballpark.
So a leadoff double by the Astros. The Reds had a leadoff double in the bottom of the 3rd. Couldn't get the run in. Throw on to second base, and Kepinger's out. How about that?
Boy, that is a big-time play right there by Ramon Hernandez and Alex Rodriguez. Rodriguez breaks in, or Gonzalez breaks in right behind Keppinger and then darts to the left, and when he does, the throw is it's already on the way to second base. A time play, almost a daylight play, as you would from a pitcher. Boy, that is a beautiful thing. If you're Aaron Harang right now, that is a huge deep breath of thank you, my catching friend.
That is another area where you look at this Reds team this year, and we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know where this team is going to finish or not finish. Nobody knows the answer to that question. That one looped into short right field, easy for Gomes, second out of the inning. But that's the 4th time I can remember off the top of my head where a design play, and most of the time we've seen it over at first base, where Brandon Phillips will come in behind the runner.
Right.
Ramon Hernandez will set the play up ahead of time, and Phillips will drop that knee in front of the first base bag, preventing the runner from getting to the bag, and they've gotten outs there. We didn't see that the last couple of years.
Usually on a bunt play that's a missed bunt, the ball goes through the strike zone. Hernandez catches the baseball, fires it down to a covering Phillips at first base. On that play there, he's got a eyeball or a contact play with Alex Gonzalez at shortstop. And those are things that are not put on by the dugout. This is not a Dusty Baker play or a Chris Spire play. This is a play put on by 2 veterans, Ramon Hernandez and Alex Gonzalez. Watch Gonzalez as he breaks in here on the play when you had Hernandez at second base. Bingo.
Riano, meanwhile, to Michael Bourne, and this one looks like it will be a struggle for Aaron Harang. I mean, he's hanging in there. He's allowed 9 base hits and 3 runs through 3 2/3 innings. And there's a 4-pitch walk to Michael Bourne. So Miguel Tejada will come to the plate with 1 on and 2 out. Time for our Aflac trivia question today. What former Red holds the National League record for consecutive games by a catcher? Give you a little while to think about that one.
I would imagine that's consecutive games caught.
Now, anytime you think about the catching position for the Reds, everybody knows the first name that comes to mind. It's not him. Okay? And you know who I'm talking about. Johnny Leibich. So we gave you 1 clue. And for those of you that might be wondering, a further clue would be the answer ties into Memorial Day. 0-1 on Miguel Tejada. Threw a fastball right by him. 0-2.
Would it be a Spanish dude?
No, it wouldn't.
He's not? I was thinking Diaz.
The late Bo Diaz.
Yeah.
No, this goes way back before Bo Diaz.
I was thinking memory memorial.
Okay.
Bo Diaz.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
That's why I was thinking.
Not bad.
My history on the trivia questions ain't real good.
Well, you've been on a roll of late. Pretty good little run.
I'm 1 for my last one, and I just had a week off.
Oh, and 2 the count. Runner going, and it's swung on and fouled out of play.
But that's better than being 0 for 5 and having a week off. Struggling.
And you've been down that road.
Yes, I have. Didn't sleep a wink for 5 days. Michael Bourne gets a chance to run. He's gone. And with 2 strikes on Tejada, he should be running here. Take a chance. Worst thing that can happen is he gets thrown out and Tejada leads off the next inning.
Breaking ball and an 0-2 pitch. Bourne was not running. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tejada, who is lined out to Rosales and flied out to Willie Taveras. Five runs, 7 hits for the Reds. They've left 4 men on base. 3 runs, 9 hits, an error, and 4 stranded for Houston. And now the 1-2 pitch on Miguel Tejada. Here it comes. They pitch out and Bourne not running. By the way, there was a scoring change in the Reds' first inning. Originally, that ball hit by Willie Taveras. It was bobbled by Miguel Tejada. Was scored an infield hit. It's been changed to an error on Tejada, which means all 5 runs scored in the Reds' first against Rodriguez were unearned. Orang, after getting ahead 0-2, has now fallen to 3-2, and there's that ground ball that you have to field cleanly, as you point out, with Taveras running.
You have no chance on a backhand play of getting Taveras if you bobble the ball at all. We saw it in the Cleveland series. We saw it again right there. This is a big pitch right here for Aaron Harang, especially with the behemoth standing on deck by the name of Lance Berkman.
3-2 on Tejada. Ground ball. Nice play again by Giannis. Great footwork by the shortstop.
100 ground balls.
For the first time in his career today. After 3.5, the Reds lead by a pair. Saturday, June the 6th, see the Reds take on the Cubs. The first 30,000 fans in attendance receive a Reds team baseball card set featuring Jay Bruce, Joey Votto, and the 2009 Reds, courtesy of Cons. Get your tickets now by calling 513-381-REDS or go to Reds.com. Reds bat in the bottom half of the 4th inning, leading Houston in the opening game of this 3-game series 5-3. The Reds starting play 3 games over 500, 2.5 behind the Cardinals and the Brewers in the National League Central Division. The Cardinals and Brewers, by the way, are just underway in the opening game of their series. Rolled over foul, 1-2 on Taveras, and for the first time since very early this afternoon, we have very light rain beginning to fall. We have not seen a drop of rain in a week and a half.
And it's not raining hard, it's just droplets coming from the sky.
Taveras 0 for 2, reached on an error and scored in the 5-run first inning. That pitch in the dirt swung on and missed. Quintero will throw down to Berkman, and that's the out on Taveras. So Wandy Rodriguez starting to get it together since that 5-run first inning.
He has gone away from the fastball. He's gone to the curveball. You can see it there in the mitt. And when he snaps over the top of it, that ball goes straight down into the dirt. It looks like a fastball, and at the last moment it drops straight down. And because of the fact that Wandy Rodriguez is throwing both changeup and fastball, anything that's off speed is going to look like the changeup, and he's thrown it for strikes, so you have to honor that by swinging at it, and that makes the curveball even that much better.
Jerry Hairston Jr. looks at ball 1 low and in. Jerry a bunt single and scored in the first inning, flied out to right, leading off the second. You hear it all the time, but boy does it ring true, especially when you look at this series. It's not always who you play, but oftentimes it's when you play. Case in point, the Astros, they go play the Texas Rangers during interleague play. They get swept. And of course, it was a series where they didn't have Wandy Rodriguez or Roy Oswalt on the mound. They come into Cincinnati, and both of these guys have dominated the Reds in recent years. And in Oswalt's case, 23-1 against him in his career. So you're playing a very different Houston team when those guys are on the mound. To answer our Aflac trivia question, the National League record for consecutive games by a catcher is officially 217. Take a look at this. Ray Mueller, 217 games between July the 31st of 1943 and May the 6th of 1946. Ray caught every game for the Reds except for the 1945 season, which he missed due to his Army service during World War II. He had entered the Army in February of 45, was discharged in December of that year, and his streak reached 233 games, destroying the old National League record of 133 set by George Gibson of the 1909 Pittsburgh Pirates. How about that?
That's over my head.
2-1 on Chris Dickerson. A throw will send Hairston back to the bag.
How can you catch in consecutive games when you missed a year? Can't quite figure that out.
Well, of course, they weren't playing any games. No, they shut down baseball initially, and then it picked back up. But so many of the great players went off in service. The most well-known of all of them would be Ted Williams. What do you think about some of the numbers he would have put up? Had he not missed all that time? Oh.
I think I saw a graphic back when he was still alive of just on average, just an average season for Ted Williams. What his numbers would have been. Pretty phenomenal.
I made the mistake of getting into that debate with my dad one day about Barry Bonds versus Ted Williams. And I'm staying away from the whole HGH thing. We're just talking about numbers.
Right.
And of course, you know, Barry Bonds had much higher home run numbers, and baseball's all-time home run leader, and was so frequently walked. But when you look at the overall numbers of Ted Williams, they are staggering. In the air, straight away center field. That'll be playable for Bourne. And Hairston will retreat back to first, 2 away in the inning.
It's pretty good at bat there by Dickerson. He hit that ball on the screws. Just dead into the wind in center field.
Reds leading 5-3. We're in the bottom half of the 4th inning on this Memorial Day at Great American Ballpark. Reds lost 2 of 3 on this homestand to the defending world champion Phillies, a series they felt they should have won 2 of the 3. They did bounce back to beat Cleveland 2 of 3 in the Ohio Cup series, and now lead game 1 of this series against the Astros.
But the thing about that Philadelphia series, Tom, the Reds were in the ball games. They competed, they were in the ball games, and they had a chance to win.
Throw gets away from Berkman and drops into the Reds dugout. So Hairston will be awarded third base. The throw sent him to second.
You get 2 bases when the ball is not only overthrown, but it goes into the dugout. So Hairston goes back in by foot. Watch the slide back in here by feet. The ball hits his slide foot and goes into the dugout. That's why Hairston was slow to get up. The ball hit him in the ball of the feet.
Well, now Gomes with an RBI chance. He had a base hit into center field to knock in a run in the 5-run first inning. That's where Hairston's going to be alive down at third. Rodriguez has thrown a number of breaking balls in the dirt. All so far have been beautifully blocked, first by Pudge Rodriguez, now Humberto Quintero. And by the way, the word did arrive from the Houston clubhouse that Pudge bothered by a tender knee. That's why he left the game. 2-0 breaking ball in the inside corner, a strike to Johnny Gomes.
Tough AB right here for Johnny Gomes with 2 outs. Runner at third base. A 2-out hit. They don't come all that often, but you'd sure like to have one here.
3-1 to Gomes.
Wonder if Wandy Rodriguez will challenge him right here with a fastball.
Three and one on Johnny Gomes. And there's a base hit into left field. So a 2-out single by Gomes makes it a 6-3 game, and Johnny has knocked in a pair here today.
You know, it's amazing watching Gomes as he comes to the plate. He's not going to swing at any breaking ball the whole at bat. He's sitting on fastball. You get to 3-1. They're going away. He's still looking fastball. He gets fastball, rips it into left field, and that all elusive 2-out hit becomes a reality, and the Reds get that run back that the Astros scored in the top of the third inning and add to their lead.
And it continues now for Ramon Hernandez. 1 for 2. He doubled off the left field wall his last time up. 75 pitches have been thrown in this game by Wandy Rodriguez. He would have been in the 6th or 7th inning in his other outings against the Reds at that pitch count.
Normally.
Yep. First 2 starts this year against him when he allowed 1 run, and that one shot into right field. A base hit by Hernandez. Man, is that guy playing good baseball. He is really having a nice year.
A lot of this by the Reds is doing the things that you do best and not trying to do too much. You see Hernandez there, instead of trying to jerk the ball into left field, he knows that because of the double that he hit last time up off the wall in left field, that Wandy Rodriguez is going to pitch him away. That is the best thing that could happen to Ramon Hernandez, is for a pitcher to pitch him away. That's where he likes to hit the baseball. Throws him a fastball outside. Hernandez waiting on it.
Pitching coach Dewey Robinson again out to check in with Wandy Rodriguez. Reds have scored a run here in the bottom of the fourth, looking for more with 2 on and 2 out. Alex Gonzalez, an RBI fielder's choice, scored in the first inning. He grounded out to short after a leadoff double by Ramon in the third.
And back to the breaking ball goes Wandy Rodriguez. He tried to do that against Gomes, and Gomes just laid off of him. Said, I'm not going to have anything to do with it. Because Rodriguez will give you a fastball if you push him to that situation where he's behind in the count.
Another breaking ball, and again barely making contact is Alex.
Well, those pitches are not strikes. They're in off the plate and they're down around the shoe tops. Do they look like strikes? Sure they do.
Cardinals and the Brewers have played 2 in Milwaukee. No score in that game. We'll keep you up to speed throughout the afternoon. The 0-2 on Gonzalez. Threw a fastball, and a comebacker back to Rodriguez will end the inning. But a 2-out run scoring single by Johnny Gomes stretches the lead to 3. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Declan Mullen, who many around here consider to be the finest weather person in the entire region. I mean, first thing in the morning from right here at Command Central, many will receive a weather update from Declan Mullen, telling everybody what they can expect. And right now I'm sure he is taking a look at satellite maps getting filled in from the command center as to exactly how long this is going to last. It's starting to rain by far harder than it has all day long. Reds lead 6-3 as the Astros bat in the 5th inning.
And the Reds at this point, Tom, they need to get this top half of this inning in a hurry.
Well, it is really starting to rain now. Swing and a miss by Lance Berkman. It's 3-2. Berkman came limping into Cincinnati for the second time this year. But his first time up, cracked a 2-run home run. His second time up, doubled to center and scored a run. Tardy on a fastball. 3-2 to Lance Berkman. Man, it is really coming down now.
I think the umpires, if you look out onto the field, they want to get this thing in. And And the only way you're going to get it in is by getting in this inning.
Again, fouled out of play by Berkman. Of course, if we weren't playing a baseball game right now, this would be a welcome sight. It has been quite some time since we've had any rain at all, after having plenty of this in the month of April. 3-2 pitch again. Struck him out of a fastball. That time Harang says, here it is, big fella, and struck him out.
Sometimes as a pitcher, when you just relax and just let the ball come out of your hand, the life of the baseball has a life of its own, and that's exactly what happened to Harang there. He just lets the ball come out, gets good extension, and the ball just sinks right in there under the bat of a swinging Lance Berkman.
Carlos Lee down a strike. Reds leading 6-3 here in the 5th inning. And a roller out in front of the plate. That's a fair ball. Hernandez gets a good grip on it and flips to Rosales for the second out. I'm sure C.B. Buckner is going to tell Hunter Pence, come on, young man, let's go, get up here.
Cecil Cooper, is the manager for the Astros, is telling it, hey, take your time, kid, take your time.
Hunter Pence in the game, a pair of infield hits on rollers to the first baseman Rosales. Fastball up and in. It is downright pouring rain right now, and they're going to stop it. That's enough. Well, here we are, 2 outs into the top of the 5th inning, with the home team leading 6-3. And on a 1-0 pitch to Hunter Pence, C.B. Buckner says, hold on a minute.
Well, that field took a whole lot of water in between the time that we started this 5th inning and the time that they called it. You couldn't tell it really, but they are going to get the tarp on the field in time.
Aaron Harang has thrown 81 pitches in this game, and you know, Jeff, he's allowed the 3 runs on 9 hits. Of course, 2 of those runs came in the very first inning when he gave up the home run to Lance Berkman, and you thought, here we go again. But I mean, you know, clearly on a day when he doesn't have his best stuff against a team that has owned him for the better part of 2 years and owned the Reds for the better part of 3 years, if not longer. I mean, he's battling today.
He really has, and the thing about it right now is, who's going to end up coming back to pitch if this rain delay lasts for any amount of time at all? It probably won't be Aaron Harang or Wandy Rodriguez because of the rain situation and the time that you've put into the ball game, especially with the pitch count for Harang being at 81. I doubt very seriously, if this is any lengthy rain delay, that we'll see Harang back.
So we'll receive an update, I'm sure, from Declan Mullen here shortly to tell us how long this rain is expected to last. Houston got 2 on the Berkman home run in the top of the 1st inning. The Reds scored 5 in the bottom of the 1st. Houston a run back in the 3rd. The Reds on a base hit by Johnny Gomes made it a 3-run lead again in the bottom of the 4th. And here, 2 outs in the 5th. The rain has stopped play on this Memorial Day 2009. So we'll take a timeout. More to come from Great American Ballpark. Stay with us. field hits in the game, digging in with 2 outs and nobody on. Reds leading 6-3. We're in the top of the 5th inning. And Harang getting a sign from Ramon Hernandez and going to work. And that misses up and away. 2 hours and 3 minutes are rained away. Well, that's a long time for Aaron Harang, no matter what he was doing. Between the last pitch he threw to Hunter Pence to the next pitch he threw to Hunter Pence. 2-1.
And I think in order for Harang to be this sharp coming out of the gate, he had to be throwing a lot during that time period. We're not going to see him, but maybe for this last part of the 5th inning, and then he's going to be out of the ball game. He's probably gassed from all the throwing that he did in the 2-hour period.
Breaking ball low and away, 3-1 to Hunter Pence. Well, Jared Burton is ready down in that bullpen.
He's not just flipping them up there either. Jared Burton is firing it. He's hot in the bullpen.
3-1 delivery. Swing and a miss on a fastball up in the strike zone. Payoff pitch to Hunter Pence. In the air, right field, and it'll fall in front of Johnny Gomes, a base hit.
With the outfield being as wet as it is out there, Gomes did not get quite the jump that we normally see out of a Jay Bruce or the others that play out that way. Otherwise, that's a catch and we're done with the inning.
Well, certainly Hunter Pence living right. We told you in the month of May, came into this game batting .425 this month. And here he is in 3 at-bats today. His first 2, he had ground balls, maybe 2 steps to the right of the first baseman, Adam Rosales. But in both cases, Aaron Harang was late getting to the first base bag to cover.
And that's no one's fault but Aaron's himself.
Well, the point being is Pence got credit for base hits on both of those ground balls, and now a little looper into right that falls in front of Johnny Gomes. A 3-day for Hunter Pence. 2-0 now on Humberto Quintero. Quintero replaced the injured Ivan Rodriguez back in the 2nd inning. Rodriguez hurt his knee early in this game. 2-1 to Quintero.
Yeah, how about that? Rodriguez struck out his first time up. Hurts his knee. He's out of the ball game. You bring in Quintero, and not only did he get a hit, he got an RBI.
Good down the right field line, slicing foul and out of play. Count even on Quintero. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Harang with the same velocity he had early in the game, right around 88, 89, 90 miles per hour on the fastball.
And if this were a cold day, Tom, as he fouls this ball off to the right side, if this was a cold day, I don't know that Harang would stand any chance of being able to go back out there. But as warm as it is, and with a lot of humidity in the air after the rain, you can continue to perspire and keep that blood flow going.
2-2 on Quintero. 1 on, 2 out. And again fought off out of play. A 91 mile per hour fastball that time from Aaron Harang. Pretty good at bat here by Quintero. Fights off another fastball up and in, and it remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. By the way, a final in, as Jim Day mentioned, a base hit by Bill Hall for the Milwaukee Brewers. Gave that club a 1-0 win over the Cardinals in extra innings. There's strike 3 swinging. 4 strikeout for Harang. So he gets through 5 innings. The Reds come to bat in the bottom of the 5th, leading 6-3. On your iPhone or iPod Touch, get real-time play-by-play video highlights, live audio broadcast. Visit Reds.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase and don't miss any Reds baseball this season. Those young fellows digging into some pizza.
Got that right.
Wandy Rodriguez will not come back out like Aaron Harang did after the 2-hour and 3-minute rain delay. It will be Alberto Arias taking over on the mound. Rodriguez gives up 6 runs, all of them unearned runs in his 4 innings. A lot of strikes being thrown by this young right-hander. Ahead of Adam Rosales to begin the bottom of the 5th, and there's a pitch away. 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's got a pretty good harness on the fastball, but as you saw there, the breaking stuff is not exactly controllable, if you will. It's a good 2-strike pitch, but if he's going to throw anything behind in the count for right now, it's the heater.
Arias really caught their eye in spring training. That's a rocket into left center field, a base hit by Rosales. Arias did not allow a run in 10 1/3 innings over 7 spring training games, and was having a good year as a starter and a reliever at AA, AAA Round Rock before they brought him up. And Aaron Harang has a helmet on, and they may send him up to bat. He's due up 3rd in this inning.
And if he is sent up to the plate, it's only going to be to bunt. He's not. I can't imagine him going back out there to pitch.
Paul Janisch, the batter. Janisch has been on twice. An RBI single in the 5-run first inning, was intentionally walked in the 3rd. Up over Janisch's head. Look out. And Quintero says hang on a minute to C.B. Buckner, the home plate umpire. Wow.
That was right at his noggin. Well, this kid doesn't have the greatest control. He's got a great arm, and as you see, he can light that radar gun up, and he's got nasty stuff. But that doesn't always mean that you're going to get outs at this level. You got to get ahead in the count. You've got to be able to control some of that nasty stuff to some extent.
1-0 to Janisch. Rosales held on by Lance Berkman, and there's a slow roller to the left side. Tejada will play to first, get the out there, with Rosales advancing on to second base. No Aaron Harang coming out of the dugout. He'll be taken down for a pinch hitter. You see the numbers on Rodriguez, and because of that error, the very first batter in the Reds' opening inning made by Miguel Tejada. 5 of the runs in the first inning unearned, and then Rodriguez's throwing error set the table for a run-scoring hit by Gomes, another unearned run. Big round of applause for Joey Votto, who again unable to go in the Reds lineup, but for a second straight day is able to pinch hit.
And I think a lot of this is as much protection for Votto and letting him come along at an easy pace to come through this ear infection, because obviously this is no normal ear infection.
Well, they're going to set him up there just to be intentionally walked.
This was very similar to what we saw in the Indians ball game when Votto came to the plate. They end up putting him on base, an unintentional intentional walk in the extra inning ball game. But for the Reds, what it does is it turns the lineup over back to Willie Taveras. It adds another base runner, and with this kid Arias on the mound, we could very easily walk the bases loaded and possibly walk a run in.
So Votto intentionally walked. He'll trot to first base. Aaron Harang's day is over. He goes 5 innings. Allows 10 base hits. 3 runs all earned. Walked a batter, struck out 4. But the Reds bullpen can make the lead stand. Harang will pick up his 5th win in 9 decisions. Now Willie Taveras. Reached on the air by Tejada into first, scored. Has since fly to center and struck out. Double play ball here. And this will end the, oh, he couldn't get it out of his hand. And I think they're saying that he's safe at second base. Tejada came off the bag taking a throw from Matsui, so what should have been an inning-ending double play results in not a single out on the ground ball.
This ends up being one of those situations. As he catches the ball, watch him come on across the bag, and he can't get the ball out of his glove. So he shows the umpire that he doesn't have control of the baseball. And in effect, that means you're off the bag with no control. You didn't have control while you were on the bag. There is no out.
That'll be the second error of the game by Miguel Tejada.
I'll say this, Tom, for Joey Votto, he was on top of Miguel Tejada awfully quick, and I don't think Tejada anticipated that at all. I think he just thought that this was going to be a routine 4-6-3 double play, and instead you end up with the bases loaded and Jerry Hairston coming to the plate with a chance to bust this baby wide open.
Hairston, a bunt single, scored in the first inning, is fly to right, singled again, scored again in the 4th inning. Arias looking in for the sign. Reds have the bases loaded. Ball 1 away. Arias did his job. After the intentional walk to Votto, he got that ground ball right to the second baseman Matsui. The inning should be over, but the Reds have him loaded instead with 1 out. And it's in the air, well hit into right field. Will back up Pence, who makes a catch. Rosales will tag and score. Hairston an RBI is 12th, and the Reds lead its largest of the afternoon up to 4.
This goes back to when we've seen the Reds give extra outs to ball clubs, how bad it hurts. And this is what the Astros are doing here today. They've already made 3 errors, and we're just halfway through the ball game.
Well, every run that the Reds have scored so far in this game today is officially an unearned run. And the Reds could score 50 runs in this inning, and they'll be all unearned. There's a breaking ball in there, a strike.
But they'll all be sweet.
To Chris Dickerson. 0 for 2 has walked and scored in the game today. That pitch nearly hit him in the foot. Knocked down by Quintero. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the fans have stayed around today. Yes, a number of them have headed home. Final day after a glorious 3-day weekend for many. Today was the first time we didn't have spectacular weather for the better part of 7 or 8 days. But a lot of folks back to work, and for many back to school tomorrow. 2-1 to Dickerson. Dickerson with 2 on and 2 out, and he takes a fastball up and away. 3 balls and a strike.
You said it earlier, Tom, and I think you hit the nail on the head with the comment that Dickerson has really shown a lot more patience since he lost the starting job, or hasn't been starting in the outfield. And having to see more pitches, I think that's made him become a better hitter. We'll see.
Draws a walk to load him up. Johnny Gomes has a chance now for a monster day. We're only in the bottom of the 5th inning. Gomes came up with the bases loaded in the first, had an RBI single to center. He popped up ending the second, and then came up with a runner at third and 2 men out in the 4th, and banged a base hit to drive in another run.
Well, he is a dead red first pitch fastball hitter. By the looks of what we've seen from Arias thus far, he is a fastball pitcher, and he's just going to try to get the ball over the plate. This could be a connection of massive proportions.
And throws him a first pitch breaking ball. How about that?
That's got to be the catcher, Quintero.
Bases loaded. Reds leading 7-3. 2 are out. Another breaking ball and another dandy from Arias. Well, that's a good looking pitch.
I'll tell you what, that's 2 pitches in a row. There's no hitter in the league that wants any part of either one of those. Nasty pitch. Great bite. Great tilt to it. And the pitch finishes down at the bottom of the knee.
0-2. Threw him another breaking ball. This one stays up and in.
It's tough to throw 3 in a row, Tom. You throw 2 good ones and you think, all right, I'm going to really make this one nasty. And then you hang it up there and the guy hits it 400 miles. Well, the first 2 look good.
1-2 to Johnny Gomes. Bases loaded. 2 out. That breaking ball fouled away. Of course, you have a nickname for that kind of breaking ball.
The old Louisiana breakdown.
Why do you call it Louisiana breakdown?
Because it starts at Memphis, drops straight down to New Orleans.
One and 2 to Gomes. First fastball in the at bat. Up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So do you think the old number 2 is coming right here and right now on a 2-2 pitch?
Well, he did foul one of them off, but I don't know that he's going to throw him another breaking ball that's going to be a strike. He's going to throw him a breaking ball here.
Good missed inside. Now 1 on 3 and 2.
The liquidator. Coming with the heater. Throw him the heater, Ricky. Throw him the heater. Dance for the one who brung you. And it ain't that curveball.
Three-two pitch on Johnny Gomes. And that's a breaking ball pulled down the line, and that is a foul ball. So he came with the old number 2, Cowboy.
Told him not to throw it. Like to hit it out of the ballpark. Problem with throwing the breaking ball here is you have to elevate it to make sure that you get a strike. And the hitter knows that. He knows that the ball that's up, you hammer it. If it's down, you let it go.
Would he come back with another 3-2 curveball here?
This is where you have to have a little moxie if you come up with a 2. He looks like he's coming with a heat.
Ball 4, walks in a run on a fastball. Excellent at bat by Gomes, who now has 3 RBIs on the day. And the Reds lead is now 5, an 8-3 game.
He intentionally walked Joey Votto, and I know it was only a couple of batters later, but you had to know if you load up the bases with this kid on the mound, he was going to walk a run in, and he did.
Still loaded. Ramon Hernandez is 2 for 3 today. Fouled out in the first inning when he came up there with the bases loaded. He doubled off the left field wall in the 3rd, singled to right in the 4th. We are only in the bottom of the 5th inning.
I think, Tom, when you bring a young pitcher in like this, and I think this is the mistake that Cooper made, the manager of the Astros, by walking Votto, you take the aggressiveness away from your young pitcher. When he comes into the ball game, he had just gotten Paul Giannis out, got his first out of the inning. You need to let him keep going after the hitters.
First pitch breaking ball in there, strike to Hernandez.
I understand that Votto is a great hitter. Watched him do some awfully fun things for the Reds, but he is just coming off the bench.
Reds had a tough weekend hitting with runners in scoring position, but real good today at 6 for 13. In the air, barehanded. That's a nice play by Arias, and the inning is over. The Reds scored twice. We go to the 6th. Reds 8, Houston 3. Fox. They're not talking about any playoff appearance right now in Chicago. The Cubs tonight are trying to end a 7-game losing streak, and going into play today, they're a .500 team sitting in 4th place in the Central. Couple of changes for the Reds, 3 all told. Going from first base over to third base is Adam Rosales. Paul Giannis is now out of the game. Joey Votto remains in the game to play first base. And taking over for Aaron Harang on the mound is right-hander Jared Burton. Reds in front 8-3 as we move to the 6th inning. And all of a sudden it's starting to brighten up a little bit.
I think right now, if you're a Reds pitcher, you got to throw strikes, quality strikes, of course, but you got to pound that strike zone.
Strike 1 to Kaz Matsui.
Stay down in the zone, stay hard, and make them swing the bat.
Well, Jared Burton really needs to find it, if you will. I mean, so far this has been a rough year for this talented young right-hander who burst on the scene in 05 after being picked up in the Rule 5 draft by the Reds. Really did nothing the first half of that season, spent a lot of time on the DL, and then arguably was the best relief pitcher in the National League from the All-Star break on the rest of 07. Was on his way to a phenomenal 2008 year before getting hurt. Still had a very impressive ERA in the low 2s. But this year has been a major struggle for Burton. He's fallen behind 3-1.
Well, Burton throws a cut fastball for every fastball that he throws. And for him to be able to control that pitch, he's got to be able to pitch on a more regular basis. And the way this bullpen is structured right now, he's not going to get the kind of work that he got before. And he is struggling mightily with his control because he doesn't have the feel of where he needs to be on the grip of the cut fastball. He gets to the side of it. It was, as we just saw him with Matsui there, he's on the side of that fastball every time the ball's elevated or it's pinched, and then he throws it straight down into the dirt.
Burton has missed a golden opportunity really to recapture the role he had on this team, or at least put his name back in the conversation. Nick Massett pretty much has taken over the spot where Jared Burton figured to be when a year began. And quite frankly, Massett has gone out there and earned that spot. He wasn't handed the spot.
He's earned it by performance.
And he's due to come off the disabled list tomorrow. And here over the last couple of weeks, while he's been out for 15 days, Burton has missed a prime chance to get right back in that mix. So his outings may come even more few and far between. But the Reds keep getting very good starting pitching, because once they get a lead in the 6th inning on, it's going to stack up. Massett, Weathers, Rhodes, Cordero.
Right. And that's the problem that Jared Burton faces, is he benefits by being overworked, and some pitchers don't have that luxury.
And there's a base hit into left center field by Keppinger.
Boy, they deked him bad.
And that ball goes all the way to the gap. They did deke him, but Matsui will stop at third base on a double by Keppinger. So here you have a 5-run lead. Jared Burton comes in the game, walks Matsui, and allows a double to Jeff Keppinger. There's a long way to go in this game, boys and girls.
Watch this decoy here at second base. Both of the infielders look like they're turning a double play. And you can watch. This is Matsui. He sees the ball, and he thinks these guys are turning a double play. He doesn't know where the ball is. If they don't do that, if they don't pretend as though they're turning a double play, both Jerry Hairston at second, Gonzalez at shortstop, then he's going to score on the play. But instead, he only gets one more base, and that's third base. That decoy saves a run for the Reds.
Darren Erstad now going to come up and bat for Arias. Arias goes 1 inning, allows a couple of unearned runs. Reds lead 8-3, but we're only in the 6th inning. And the Astros have runners at second and third with nobody out. It is ball one to Darren Erstad. Ground ball to short will bring in a run. Gonzalez's throw is in time to get Erstad. Matsui scores, staying at second base. Keppinger. It's an 8-4 game.
And this is the type of ball game, Tom, where all eyes are on the pitcher's mound. They're not anywhere else, and the reason is because you've got a big lead, and anything that you do as far as walking batters or giving up big hits or runs, then it's a major deterrent.
Check swing by Michael Bourne on a pitch high. Did not go around. Ball one. Bourne singled, stole a base, scored on the Berkman home run in the first inning. Lined out to left in the second. Drew a walk in the fourth. Keppinger at second. A perfect day for him against his former team. There's a strike from Burton. Keppinger had 4 doubles all year coming into the game. He has 2 doubles today and a perfect 3 for 3.
The thing that you don't want to have here, Tom, is have everything so slowed down by your relief pitcher that you lose the momentum that you have offensively.
Diving play by Rosales, and he throws out Bourne.
Wow.
Rosales was drawn in guarding against the bunt. That's straight reaction time here.
This is why they call it the hot corner. Bam! 2 hops. You land on your belly with the ball in your glove. Oh! Caught that ball behind him. And still had the presence of mind to check Keppinger at second base and fire a strike across Tovado across the field.
Now Miguel Tejada 0 for 3 in the game has also committed a couple of errors which have led to 6 unearned runs. In fact, all 8 runs the Reds have scored in the game are unearned runs. Technically, you can attribute 7 of the 8 on the 2 Tejada errors. 1 in the first inning, the other in the 5th.
But you look at that first inning for the Reds, and they end up with 5 hits. 1 of them a walk.
Sinking liner into right center field. That's a base hit. Here comes a throw. It'll be cut off. RBI single by Tejada. Now it's an 8-5 ball game, and Lance Berkman is coming up. So now all of a sudden Jarrett Burton is making this into an interesting game. The Reds had a 5-run lead just moments ago.
You see Burton, this is what he's using for his pitch. It's a cut fastball. And as the ball cuts towards home plate, the ball is down. But the thing for Burton is he can't change speeds. He can't do a whole lot except throw the same pitch over and over again because he has no control of his number 1 pitch, which is that cut fastball. Tejada just went down there and got that pitch because he'd already seen it a couple of times.
Now Berkman, a 2-run home run to the seats in right center field in the first inning. A double over Willie Taveras had in the third. A check swing, they appeal, and no, says Brian Norman. And then Berkman struck out in the rain leading off the 5th against Harang.
Reds have already got a runner up, or a pitcher up in the bullpen. Carlos Fisher up in the Reds bullpen.
Made his major league debut yesterday and made it a winning debut in that extra inning game over Cleveland. Swing and a miss. Bat goes flying down the tunnel. When a bat boy was just coming out of there and it missed hitting. Thank God for that. Boy, you come walking up the tunnel from the clubhouse. It's the last thing in the world you're expecting.
There's a bat to come to greet you. Look out!
Two and two on Berkman. And a high fly ball into short center field should end the inning. Taveras makes a catch, and that is that. But Houston scores twice. After 5 1/2, an 8-5 Reds lead. Jeff Fulcino will take over on the mound following Wandy Rodriguez in 1 inning after the rain delay from Alberto Arias. 12th game for Fulcino.
You see that enthusiasm in the dugout? You can't fake that. You can't fake that kind of enthusiasm and that kind of excitement for winning a ball game.
Alex Gonzalez, Adam Rosales, and then Jared Burton's spot due up here in the Reds' 6th inning. Reds lead Houston 8-5 in the opening game of this 3-game series. And a happy Memorial Day to all of you out there. Many of you figuring you got back home, click on the tube, you wouldn't see the Reds and the Astros. But this game was stopped. 2 outs into the top of the 5th inning by a 2-hour and 3-minute rain delay. 2-1 on Alex Gonzalez. Aaron Harang came back after the lengthy delay and picked up the final out in that 5th inning. So right now he is still in line to pick up the win. But we're only in the 6th inning. Tejada throws out his counterpart, 1 away. Fulcino in his 3rd stint with the Astros already this year. They brought him up from Round Rock, sent him back down. Brought him up again, sent him back down, and he's back once again. After the Astros 11 days ago, I had to put Jeff Geary on the disabled list with right biceps tendonitis.
Well, Geary had pitched pretty much every day. It's one thing that you have to be able to do and do well at the big league level, and really at any level, is running your bullpen. That's a tremendous key to victory at this level. Who needs to pitch? Who needs work? Who do you use? If you have 6 guys down there, you better pick 3 that you're going to keep sharp all the time. The other 3 you hope to keep sharp. But there better be 3 guys down there that you keep sharp as nails.
And obviously those 3 for the Reds. When the season began, Weathers, Rhodes, Cordero.
Correct.
And Nick Massett was a guy who was getting to that point where if you could keep a 4th guy sharp as nails, he would have been the 4th.
And I would imagine when he comes back, as long as he can get himself back to throwing the ball the way he was with that kind of velocity and not any symptoms of that injury to his rib cage area, I think he'll be fine, because he was throwing the ball 6 miles an hour. Can't buy that.
Of course, the question becomes who gets sent down once Nick Massett is activated before the game tomorrow night. If indeed that does happen, there's strike 3 on Rosales. Now, Lance Nix was in the on-deck circle. They're going to let. No, they're not. That's Micah Owings, who now springs from the dugout, and he will pinch hit for Jared Burton. You know, that's where teams get themselves into a situation where, you know, you're glad, Cowboy, that you're not the general manager. I mean, because let's be honest. You know, Carlos Fisher just got here. The easy thing to do would be to send him down. But like you pointed out a moment ago, you know, Jared Burton's just not getting a lot of work. When he has come into games, he struggled. Mike Lincoln has struggled. Lincoln has a 2-year contract. Burton's a guy you were really counting on to help you this year. You know, so who gets sent back down to the minor leagues?
Fisher.
That'll be interesting to see.
It's always about.
Owings drives one into left field. Has he done it again? Just missed, hitting his 2nd pinch hit home run.
Always about the homer. A lot of this right now, when you're talking about secondary bullpen, as we see Micah Owings hit that ball. If that ball is inside, it's a home run. He gets inside of it and keeps it fair. But that ball was outside, and he got around it a little bit. But when you're talking about the secondary level of your bullpen, that's the last 3 guys, the guys that you're using in tie games or when you're behind by a run or 2. Those guys you have to make sure that you keep. You don't lose them, and you don't want to lose a guy like Burton or Lincoln. And you're not going to put yourself in a situation just because they're going through a rough stretch right now where you lose those guys, especially when you can send down Fisher.
1-1 to Micah Owings. Out of play. But if what you said, Cowboy, is true, I mean, we know Dick Pohl knows this. We know Dusty Baker knows this. That Jared Burton needs more work to stay sharp or to get sharp.
Correct.
Where's he going to get that work here with Nick Massett coming back?
Well, he's probably not in a real world. But the bottom line is, how long can you keep the guys that you have down there? And Jared Burton is a talent that, you know, you just don't find an arm that can throw the ball 92, 93 miles an hour with that kind of cut and keep him for a long term. Even though he is going through a rough stretch right now, when he does get regular work, you know what you have there.
1-2 on Micah Owings. Broken back. Foul ball. Owings hit that dramatic bottom of the 9th inning, game-tying home run with 2 men out against Ryan Franklin and the Cardinals.
That was big time.
That was. when the Reds got 2 home runs to tie the game against Ryan Franklin in the bottom of the 9th, the game the Reds would lose in extra innings. And there's strike 3 to end the inning. So 1, 2, 3 for Fulchino. Houston comes to bat in the 7th against Carlos Fisher, trailing the Reds 8-5. Drafted by the Reds in June 2005 out of Clark State, Lewis and Clark State College in Lewistown, Idaho. Right-hander Carlos Fisher. Fisher until last year had been used exclusively as a starter in the Reds minor league system. But then last year pitched in 50 games, all of them out of the bullpen at AA Chattanooga, then was bumped up to AAA Louisville, where he had a 1.04 ERA in 14 games. Saw this young man in spring training, Carlos Fisher, quite a bit.
Definitely has some good stuff. He throws strikes. He doesn't seem to be intimidated by the big league level.
Breaking ball popped up by Carlos Lee, and Votto comes in to get it. 1 away. Well, his major league debut, Cowboy, was yesterday, and he took care of business.
Anytime that you can get a young pitcher that can throw a couple of pitches for a strike at any time, which is what Fisher showed yesterday, that gives you a pretty good feeling inside that this kid's got a chance up here. And 2 quality big league pitches, both that sinking fastball and that short breaking ball that we saw yesterday, and we just saw there for Carlos Lee as he popped up the breaking ball.
Ball 1 to Hunter Pence.
That almost looked like a split finger right there. That would make 3 if he can harness it.
Fastball up and away, 2-0 to Pence. Don't let anybody ever tell you there's not a little bit of luck involved, no matter what it is you're doing in life. And Hunter Pence would be the case in point of that today. 3-0.
Got that right.
I mean, he is 3 for 3. Go down as one of those Well, at the minimum, 3-hit game in the career of Hunter Pence, which I'm sure is going to be an excellent major league career. Good-looking young player. 3-1 count.
Well, one thing, he better quit looking back there at that catcher. He's going to get smoked.
Well, you said that the last time they were here.
I would think that the Reds would see that on their tapes, but you can see him looking back. See those eyes flipping back there towards where that catcher is.
There's ball 4.
That's why you take that pitch that's an inch off the outside corner when you know the catcher's set up out there. I don't know. Maybe the game's not quite the way it used to be.
Humberto Quintero now the batter, with Pence at first and 1 out. This is a 3-run lead for the Reds here in the top of the 7th inning. Quintero, first pitch swinging, lifts a fly ball down the right field line, out of play.
Reds fans, for great tasting food and family fun, pick up JTM Philly Kits, burgers, or delicious barbecue from your favorite grocer. JTM, food, family, and fun. The last thing that you want to do if you're Carlos Fisher is give a free pass, especially to a guy with speed like Hunter Pence. But if you can roll yourself a double play right here, all's forgiven.
He might get that double play. There's one, and there you have it. Can you say yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
No, I mean a big old yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We're going to keep it right here on Memorial Day. America by Staff Sergeant Felito Rowe of the Air Force Band of Flight. And on this Memorial Day, you can't help but think when you hear that song in a hushed, quiet ballpark about those that have served our country, those that have lost sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, those that have lost mothers or fathers in protecting our freedom and making this country great, those that have lost friends. And certainly our thoughts and prayers are with all of you and for those that are currently serving the United States of America. Reds come to bat in the bottom half of the 7th inning, leading 8-5. Joey Votto bats for the 2nd time. He was intentionally walked as a pinch hitter in the 5th and stayed in the game.
Pretty good changeup there by Fulchino. He's got that straight over the top delivery, and when he can sink that ball off speed like that and run it away from the lefties, that is a tough pitch to pick up.
Foul away. Votto is the National League's leading hitter at .371. Now, because of all the games that he has missed, he doesn't have the same number of at-bats as guys like Carlos Beltran or Raul Ibanez, David Wright, Christian Guzman, just to name the top 5. But where would Joey Votto be in terms of RBIs if he had played every day this season? Got 31 of them, which is tied for 10th best in the league. There's a pile of at-bats in there, though, that he would have had chances to drive in more runs.
Oh, yeah. And Brandon Phillips is tops in the National League for the month of May, with still a few days to go. And with that finger issue, you know, you wonder if he's going to be able to step back in.
Ran-to Votto. I mean, you're talking, just to give you an example, Willie Taveras and Jay Bruce. Those guys are up to 158 at-bats. Votto has 116. And look at his numbers with runners in scoring position. A .457 hitter.
Scary.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but man, you talk about, well, for years and years, the first base position has always been a glamour position, and making the All-Star team has been mighty tough going, especially when you're probably not going to win the fan vote, because then it gets down to other guys that might be having big years. Maybe you have to take a player from a team because they don't have anybody else deserving of going. But you just look at that first base position in the National League and the way things have gone this year. The first couple of guys that come to mind, obviously Albert Pujols, #1. Prince Fielder has 42 RBIs. That's second most in the league. Strikeout swinging by Votto. You know Pujols will win the vote, or one would assume, although Ryan Howard certainly will get a pretty fair number of votes. But I think it's a pretty safe bet that Pujols would win the vote.
Right.
And make no mistake about it, Joey Votto is having a far superior year than Ryan Howard.
Oh.
But Ryan Howard is Ryan Howard, and he is born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri.
And he's also on a ball club that has the brass ring from 2008.
Indeed. And I only bring up St. Louis because that is where this year's All-Star game will be played.
And I would bet that the fans in St. Louis are voting for Albert Pujols as fast as their little hands can type it in or write it down.
Oh, yeah. You know, then you get to a team, say, like the Florida Marlins. Jorge Cantu, kind of year he's having. 35 RBIs. That's another first baseman.
But we know all too well where this ball club would be without Joey Votto, and that would not be above 500.
Then you have Adrian Gonzalez with San Diego. I don't think anybody else on that team's deserving of going to the All-Star game this year. National League ought to just load up on first baseman. Worry about how they play defense and let everybody else rake.
Well, we know that Joey Votto can play left field because he did it in the World Baseball Classic. And because of the type of athlete he is, he could play first or left. He could probably be a left-handed catcher. He had to be.
1-2 the count on Willie Taveras. And it's fouled out of play.
And I would imagine the guy that's on this Astro ball club will get quite a few of those votes himself. That's Lance Berkman.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Votto would like to put together the first 8 or 9 years of his career the way Berkman did. And that's a rocket down the left field line, and Willie Taveras will coast into second base with a 1-out double.
This pitch looks like Taveras got to the ball with his hands inside of the ball instead of coming around the ball. A lot of times when you make that move with your hips and your hands to the ball that's inside, if you don't get your hands in front of the barrel of the bat, you get around the ball and you pull it foul instead of drilling it down the left field line. That time he got inside of it.
Jerry Hairston Jr. the batter. Looks at a first pitch high. Hairston 2 for 3. A bunt hit, is fly to right, single to left, and a sac fly RBI, scored a couple of runs. Doesn't matter where you play this guy, he is just getting the job done. One and one.
And this is where, as the manager of the Reds, Dusty Baker, you want to see your team continue to put runs on the board. They don't have to be crooked letters, crooked numbers. They just need to be numbers. Because I can assure you the team in that third base dugout, they're not going to lay down and stop scoring. Or trying to score at least.
1-2 to Hairston. All 8 runs today are unearned runs scored by the Reds against Houston pitching. It's the first time since 1954 the Reds have scored more than 5 runs, which were all unearned in a game. In fact, the last time any game in Major League Baseball you had 8 unearned runs scored. All 8. The Indians had 8 unearned runs in a game against the Chicago White Sox on June the 1st, 2002. Fouled away by Hairston. Still a ball and 2 strikes, so this is rare indeed.
That ball looked like it caught C.B. Buckner, the home plate umpire, right in the face mask. We've seen that quite a few times this year, where you see a foul ball, and it did, caught it right up in the top of the mask. That's one of the reasons Quintero went out to the mound, is to give C.B. Buckner a chance to gather himself. Umpires, for the most part, sit right over the left shoulder of the catcher when a right-handed batter's there, and the right shoulder when a left-handed batter's in there. So they expose themselves to the ball.
Hairston chased a fastball up, and that's strike 3. So 2 are out in the inning, and Chris Dickerson coming up. And all of a sudden, the skies are turning. I wouldn't say mostly sunny, but certainly it's maybe down to partly cloudy and getting better by the moment after a 2-hour and 3-minute rain delay.
How about we go with partly sunny?
Count me in. Chris Dickerson is 0 for 2, has walked twice, scored a run. Ball 1 low.
Well, he's been on base twice today via the walk. This would be an awfully nice time to reach base via the base hit, because it could possibly score Mr. Taveras from second base.
1-0 on Chris Dickerson. Bottom fell out of that pitch. 1-1.
It's the same pitch that he threw to Votto for strike one. Not sure if that's a changeup or an abbreviated split finger. It's something that runs away from these left-handers. There it is again.
You were a big fan of the splitter.
I was.
You came up, of course, Roger Craig. Were you throwing that before you came across Roger Craig?
I was not. Never even heard of it. But it got me to the big leagues. I could always throw a fastball and a breaking ball for strikes. But when you only throw 88 to 90, you need a third pitch, especially against left-handers. And once I started throwing a split finger, rest is history. Got to the big leagues the next year.
2-1 account. Swing and a miss. Of course, there are those that were very critical of that pitch, saying that it shortened a lot of guys' careers. But let's be honest about it. And you're a case in point. There are a lot of guys that got to the big leagues because of that pitch.
Well, every pitch is difficult on your arm if you don't throw it correctly. You can throw a fastball the wrong way. But if you do things the right way and you let the grip move the ball, most of the time you're going to be fine.
Strike three call. Fastball in the inside corner at 93, and that'll be in the inning. 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the 8th. Reds 8, Houston 5. Hits, 10 men left on base for the Reds. 5 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors. 7 men left on for Houston. Carlos Fisher set to begin his 2nd inning out of the Reds bullpen. Pitched a scoreless 7. He'll face 7, 8, and 9 in the order. That'll be Matsui, Keppinger, and then Fulcino's spot is due up third. Matsui. 2 more games after this one to go to wrap up this 9-game homestand. The Reds had a heartbreaking loss in Game 1 of the Philadelphia series, falling by a single run. Came back to win the 2nd game. They were blown out in the 3rd. Then, of course, they won 2 of 3 over the weekend against Cleveland, going extra innings in the victory yesterday. Here leading Game 1 of this series. Fisher right off the mound, cuts it loose, and a stretch by Votto picks it out of the dirt. Well done on both ends there.
You're just talking about all-stars, Tom. This is an all-star play by an all-star offensive first baseman from a defensive side. Not only does he catch it on a tough throw from Fisher, who bobbled the ball, that is way out there, but he catches it and he shows it to the umpire. Bang, bang, see you later.
One away now for Jeff Keppinger. A perfect day for the former Red. First pitch breaking ball and there a strike. A single, a couple of doubles, a run scored for Keppinger. Breaking ball there, fooled Keppinger. 1-2 the count.
This is not a pitcher that Keppinger has seen any of at all in spring training. Burton, Harang, yes, he knows what they have and their tendencies. Carlos Fisher, no. Carlos has got that nice long loose arm action, but that breaking ball stays short, and that's what you have to have if you're going to be successful at this level. Excuse me. This one comes out of the side of the hand of Fisher. And it did not catch the corner. Of course, I thought it did. Line.
Foul away, still 3-2.
And I would imagine that will be a pitch over a period of time for Carlos Fisher that he'll use more often. Because the breaking ball that he does throw with his long, loose arm action and the fact that he's a tall man driving towards home plate, that'll make you flinch a little bit.
Tried it again and missed with a breaking ball up and in. So that's a second walk issued by Fisher. Both of them have come to the second batter he's faced in each of the last 2 innings.
And those are just breaking balls that he tries to throw too hard. He pinches that ball down and comes out too early.
Jason Michaels will be sent up to pinch hit for Fulchino. Boy, what an impressive couple of innings he had. For a guy that's been up and down from the minor leagues 3 times this year. Fulchino, 2 innings of 1 hit shutout baseball, struck out 5 Reds batters.
Maybe Fulchino does not want to go back down to the minor leagues.
If he keeps throwing like that, he'll never see Round Rock again.
Maybe he's had enough rocks of Round.
Little nubber in the short center field out there to get it. Hairston 2 away in the inning. We invite you to experience the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum's newest exhibit, Crosley Field Remembered. This special exhibit brings to life the sights, sounds, and the feel of this historic Cincinnati ballpark and certainly many of its unforgettable moments. For more information and tickets, visit reds.com/HOF. And if you've never been, I promise you, if you go, you will be amazed at what an unbelievable facility and museum that is. I mean, there's very little debate about it. Outside of the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York, it is the next best of its kind that there is anywhere in baseball. It's an amazing place.
Ashley went in to see that when she was here. Of course, she doesn't know where the real Hall of Fame is at. There was so much going on in there, and it was so organized and well done that she thought that she asked me, she goes, is that where all the Hall of Famers are at? And that's how nice it is in there. And to someone who hasn't been around baseball their whole life, that just tells you how much and how well of a job they've done at that Reds Hall of Fame.
Line into left field. That'll be a base hit from Michael Bourne. Over to cut it off is Dickerson. And Keppinger will stop at second base. And all of a sudden, the tying run will come to the plate for the Astros here in the top of the 8th inning in the form of Miguel Tejada.
And that's one of the reasons that you cannot stop scoring against this Houston club. They will keep on coming.
You know, Dusty Baker really wanted to stay away, if at all possible, from both Arthur Rhodes and, if he had to, David Weathers today. And wouldn't you know it, the one guy he said that he could call on to get an out is David Weathers. And he now is forced to crank it up in the bullpen. That's where it may not seem like a big deal. But when you've got a 3-run lead late in the game and you walk anybody, even with 2 men out in an inning, it can become a big deal in a hurry. Because any other team is that proverbial bloop and a blast away from tying the game. In the air, right field, a long run for everybody. Will anybody get there? Johnny Gomes in foul ground makes a sliding catch. How about that?
That's big time.
He has knocked in 3 runs today. And this is a big play to strand 2, ending the 8th inning. The Reds lead by 3. Drawn in against the speedy Michael Bourne.
Straight reaction. You're diving to your left. There's really no time to put your glove down there. You have to dive. If you try to lunge for it, you're not going to make the play. And most likely, if you lunge, you're going to go to your knees. And with Michael Bourne running, kiss the baby. You dive and you fire.
Tim Burdack, a left-hander, comes on for the Astros following Wandy Rodriguez, Alberto Arias, Jeff Fulchino. Bottom of the 8th inning, Johnny Gomes, Ramon Hernandez, and Alex Gonzalez coming up for the Reds, who are in front 8-5, trying to win the opener of this 3-game series. Roy Oswalt goes tomorrow night. Oswalt 23-1 in his career against the Reds. As you see the numbers on Burdack, he's done a nice job. The Reds will counter with right-hander Micah Owings. Bronson Arroyo will pitch the final game of the series. There's a base hit into center by Gomes. Well, what a game he's had. 4th time he's been on base. 3 hits, a walk, 3 RBIs.
You think most left-handers are left-handed specialists? Not Tim Burdack. He's a right-handed specialist, but he's left-handed. Right-handed batter's only hitting .077, 2 for 26 so far. in his 18 ball games. And Johnny Gomes just put a little damper on that.
Now Ramon Hernandez, 2 hits and 4 at bats, doubled back in the third, singled in the fourth. I think Gomes surprised everybody by picking up a stolen base here over the weekend against Cleveland. But he proved a moment ago by coming to get that ball down the right field line, the final out in the top of this 8th inning. When you look at him, you don't think he's the kind of guy that can run all that well, but you know what? He doesn't run badly at all.
And a lot of times, if you use your instinct and your base stealing ability, as we see Johnny Gomes come across and slide into the gravel once again to make a catch. You use your instincts on the base pass, you'll usually end up right. When you second guess yourself is usually when you get in trouble.
One on Ramon Hernandez. Gomes pretty good lead over there. He'll draw a throw. Night games tomorrow and Wednesday to conclude the homestand. There are tickets available. We invite you to come on down to the ballpark. Reds with a win today, if they can nail it down, would go to 4 games over 500.
Sometimes you have to take a double take when Hernandez comes to the plate when he fouls the ball off like that. And you realize, yes, he is hitting right-handed. That wasn't a left-handed pull hitter that just jerked that ball down the first base line.
Center field. Pence comes in to get it. First out here in the inning. Well, each and every night during the week, the Best Sports Show period comes your way, hosted by Chris Rose and Carissa Thompson. The Best Sports Show period is presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Ball 1 on Alex Gonzalez.
Berkman really turns that ball over when he tries to run it away from these right-handed hitters. He cuts it inside, as we saw him just do to Hernandez. Try to get a weak ground ball or a weak pop-up.
That ball laced into left center field. Bourne got a good jump on it, has to reach up to make the catch. And a hitless day for Alex Gonzalez, although he did knock in a run and scored a run in the first inning.
Michael Bourne is almost silly fast. I mean, that ball was hit on a line and he almost overran it. And that's a ball that a lot of center fielders don't even get to.
Now Rosales with 2 outs and Gomes over at first. Adam 2 for 4, a couple of singles, has knocked in a run and scored a pair of runs. Looks at a breaking ball low. Take a peek ahead to the top of the 9th inning. And the big fellas are coming up for Houston. Lance Berkman, Carlos Lee, and Hunter Pence will bat against Francisco Cordero, or at least one would assume, where you understand we're having some technical problems. Runner at first, Johnny Gomes with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Reds leading 8-5. Right-hander Francisco Cordero, an 0-2 record, 11 saves in 11 tries, and a 1.89 ERA.
You bring Cordero into the ball game every single time there's a lead of 3 runs or less. And on days where he's pitched 4 or 5 days in a row, you ask him, do you want to pitch today? And his response will be yes, if it's a second. That way he's always prepared and he's always ready to come into the ball game. In this kind of situation, that's why you make the big bucks. Close them down and shut them down.
Check swing on a pitch to the outside corner. No, says Brian Gorman. Lance Berkman did not go around. Berkman clubbed a 2-run home run to right center field in the first inning, doubled and scored in the third, has since struck out and flied to center. Nice job by Carlos Fisher. A couple of innings, allowed 1 hit, no runs. That one hit off the end of the bat, a fading liner caught by Dickerson, 1 away to start the 9th inning.
And that's the way you want to start it, with a 3-run lead. Make him swing the bat. He hits that ball right off the end of the bat after a changeup from Cordero. And an easy running catch for Chris Dickerson.
Like our friends from the Houston Astros, they're not having the technical problems right now that we are, so we're getting their pictures, and we thank them for their help. Now Carlos Lee. Tardy on a fastball. Strike 1. Cordero has only allowed 1 hit in his last 4 outings, and that was yesterday when he pitched a scoreless inning against Cleveland. Got out of play again, and again tardy, and boy, he has been throwing very hard. I mean, for a guy, and again it illustrates how oftentimes a lot of us, and I'm as guilty as anybody, Cowboy, you were not guilty of this, of getting worked up about what a veteran does during spring training. No one could have thrown the ball worse than Cordero did during the spring. And that'll be an infield hit for Carlos Lee.
The problem with closers in spring training is there is no adrenaline. You know, everybody else knows it doesn't count. You have to fight so hard from a mental standpoint to make yourself believe that it is a crucial situation, a tough situation. It's difficult. But when it's game time and that bell rings on April 1st or March 31st or April 4th, whatever it is, it's time to get it on.
Oh, and 1 to Hunter Pence.
You almost have to play games in the game in spring training. See how many ground balls you can get, how quick you can get the hitters out, how many guys you're going to strike out.
Could be a game-ending double play. Toward the first, and that'll do it.
See him pull his hand back.
So the Reds have made it back-to-back wins. Going extra innings to beat Cleveland yesterday. They win the opening game of this series against a guy who had beaten them twice, Wandy Rodriguez. And a guy who had allowed only 1 run in 14 innings against the Reds this year. But they jump on him for 5 runs in the opening inning on this Memorial Day and win by a final count of 8-5. Harang the winner, Cordero the save, Rodriguez the loser. We wish all of you a happy Memorial Day. For Jeff Brantley and our entire crew, Tom Brenneman saying so long from Great American Ballpark.